What's up? Welcome to the show. This is the World Goth Day special. This is, as if this is an indicator of how loosely we'll be playing with the term goth, goth adjacent, goth inspired. This is actually the Misfits with Halloween. This is my gothy rendition. If we'll see. You let me know. No. Fire burning bright, pumpkin faces in the night. I remember Halloween, dead cats hanging from poles, little dead around in droves. I remember Halloween, friendly for the snow, where skeletal life is known. I remember Halloween, this day, anything goes, funny bodies hanging from poles. I remember Halloween. I remember Halloween, candy apples and razor blades, little dead, the sin and blood. I remember Halloween, that's good! Anything goes, broken bodies hanging from poles. I remember Halloween. I remember Halloween. Should I do the punk version too?
On fire burning bright, from the places in the night. I remember Halloween, dead cats hanging from poles, little dead around in droves. I remember Halloween, brown legs, vertigo, let's go, life is known. I remember Halloween, that day, and it goes, but it finds everyone falls. I remember Halloween. I remember Halloween, candy apples and razor blades, little dead, a suit and glass. I remember Halloween, that day, and it goes, but it finds everyone falls. I remember Halloween. I remember Halloween.
What is up, and welcome to the show. My goodness, I don't think I agree with this. Give me 1 second to get things set up here. Black Cat by the Creeping Ivies. Okay. Mystery solved.
And as is often the case, as is always the case, of course, I start the episode before I actually have anything set up. We're just going to do a news episode. Yeah, no, we're going to play some goth music. We're going to play some goth adjacent music. I realized I never actually played any Cure or Sisters of Mercy. That's about as goth as it gets. If you're looking for some, like I said, if you're looking for some real, like, underground, like, super, like, I don't know, whatever. I'm a poser. Yeah, no. So before we get to the news, I usually do a vloggy thing. For those following the saga, had an incident where I was concerned about. I do these licensing referrals, and I had an incident where I was concerned about the way it was written up. And I really wasn't sure what I should do about it. And I went to my supervisors, and they said, well, go ahead and escalate it. And I did. And I didn't know their direct supervisor, so I went to the area administrator, which is really like going to, like, I don't know. I didn't feel good about it. Content warning, the name of this band and their album cover refers to self-harm. If you're experiencing thoughts of self-harm, call 988 or text 741-741. This is Suicide with Cherie Cherie. Or it's just called Cherie, but yeah. Am I going to play Ghost Rider? I'm going to play Ghost Rider and then Cherie, actually. Alan Vega and Martin Rabb. In any event, yeah, no. So, but no. I wanted to be very clear that I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just expressing. I want to make sure that people's voices are heard. I ended up meeting with supervisors, including this individual today. It was good. It went good. We had a discussion about it. It was experienced as a call in, which was meant to be not a call out. And I'm glad that it was seen that way. And yeah, an opportunity for growth and for retraining. And we talked about our own opportunities. But what's interesting is, I talked a little bit about how one difference between us and them that we want to make sure they understand is we're not regulatory. We don't have any tools to make someone do anything. We can only give them advice, and they can listen to it or not. Those dead flowers are the gothest thing on this show, by the way. I just realized that, it is, I think, past the season. Usually, I think it's roughly Easter to Mother's Day is when Smith Brothers offers flowers. And I think they said they were temporarily low on stock, but I think the next message will be we've discontinued this item for the year, and they'll bring them back next year. In any event, I was sad earlier because I like having. I unexpectedly forget how much I like having fresh cut flowers. But now, actually, yeah, these like dead tulips are everything. But in the capacity as a referral person, I have some regulation. They have to meet with me at least. They have to at least let me in the door. And this provider who I went to bat for, and I called her and I let her know I'm going to bat for you. or I went to bat for you, and now your licensor is gonna get, they're gonna get a call out, and they're probably gonna know it came from you, and they're still gonna be your licensor, and they're probably gonna come out with their supervisor. So I would really have all those things we talked about fixed. And I kind of got the yeah, which is what the licensor said they did. And I was like very clear in my email to the supervisor. Was like, this provider did not say yes to everything. They said yes to some things and no to other things. Because the way the licensor wrote it up, they made it sound like the provider was just saying yes to everything because they didn't understand. And I was like, sometimes people do that to us because they see us as authority figures and they want to please us, right? Like that seems fairly basic. And if you are wielding authority and you do have regulatory power to close someone down or whatever, you should have that awareness. But yeah, like I said, after I went to bat for this childcare provider, they're now kind of yang me, and like they're like, oh, I'll let you know, and I'm like, okay, good luck. I mean, okay, I again, as I was telling the licensors, I can give them the advice, I can give the handouts, but I can't make them listen. This is Cherie, the original, by this band. And then after work, I did a Mom's Rising thing. I guess if Pamela Jayapal was supposed to be involved, I didn't, talking about her resistance labs or whatever. I know I'm putting it in quotes. I'm pretty sure it is called Resistance Labs, and resistance is a real thing.
Sweet. Oh, baby.
But yeah, no, I joined late, so I probably missed her. But there was a lot of good content about, the 3.5% critical mass necessary to overthrow authoritarianism. Talking about many of the same things I talk about, and if you are interested, specifically if you're interested in activism, I do a separate show called Cute Boots. That is simulcast both here on YouTube and as well on Facebook, and that is geared specifically towards protest. Well, the first 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes to half an hour, is around protesting here in the Seattle area and organizing and resistance and all that kind of stuff. And then the rest of it's just like a music show. It's like a calendar of bands and art things and just events music and events calendar for Seattle. Sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. Yeah, no. And yes, if you're wondering how my neighbors feel about me with my fog machine and electric guitar at 10:30 at night, they love me. No, I'm kidding. They don't. They hate me. Everyone hates me. I don't blame them. I actually still have a fair amount of self-love, despite that fact. But I don't care. Feeling mutual. Mom's Rising. Oh, yeah, no, protest show. And then, but no, they were saying a lot of the same things I say about how, that, it's not just that, certain kinds of protesting are not just, and specifically violence and property damage and things like that. They actually backlash. They cause people to move away from the movement and not be interested in it. So I think we really need to organize. But they were also talking about the different types of organizing, what kinds of critical mass are necessary, what kinds of things. They use the example of, oftentimes instead of trying to shout down hate, how can you bring bubbles and glitter and blah blah blah? I'm like, yeah, that's what the gays do. I meant to do that. Oh my god, I have such an ambitious playlist. But yeah, no, that was really inspiring. Actually, before, let me. What I wanted to do, I'm going to screen share for a second, is check out KXP. I think whatever Goth Day events they had have commenced. They were playing Bernie Worrell, whom I love, but is not goth. Well, or their playlist is as adjacent as. Now playing Variety Mix with Vitamin D. That doesn't. Yeah.
KXP streaming is made possible by the Gates Foundation Discovery Center.
Okay.
Presenting possible futures, innovations after hours, an evening of interactive experiences that spotlight global health innovations, ideas, and progress. May 30th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Open to.
Oh, wait, I was listening live. Oh, until 7 p.m. All right. World Goth. Oh, okay, World Goth Day founder. Anyone is welcome. Martin Olgoth. What started as sort of a joke on BBC Radio 6 Music rapidly spread across the globe as a celebration of goth culture, which is constantly evolving. And no, you don't have to wear black. You can though. The goth scene is very inclusive. Old Goth says in an interview, there are no rules. If someone tells you you've got to listen to this band or you've got to dress like that, they're wrong. It's as simple as that. It's gone from being an offshoot of the post-punk scene in the early 80s to being a global family of misfits. Boop, fucking boop. Yeah. Okay. So, no, I'm gonna do. Before, let me hold on. Let me see. Do I want to? Oh. Sorry. I've already distracted myself. Yeah. I actually made myself a note. Don't forget to play Cure and Sisters of Mercy. I will. Probably not. I also went virtually to this, which was the neighborhood community meeting about the Brighton Nicholsville tiny house village that's being proposed. Overwhelmingly, I'm glad I'm glad I didn't go in person because they were packed in there, and I don't know. I don't mind those kind of things, but I was perfectly happy to be. There were not a lot of people online, but I just noticed that I was actually literally headed out the door, and I was like, oh, there's an online option. I'm gonna be that person. I'm rapidly growing afraid to go outside, and that sucks. But that's both the world we live in and I need to take care of it. But no, like I said, overwhelmingly, there was one, I'd like to speak to the manager type woman. You might use a specific name. I don't like using real people's names to describe things. I don't like calling people Karens. I don't like calling people Kevins, which is the new thing. Now whole states are getting denigrated. Ohio, like I don't know what you do if you're a Kevin from Ohio right now, because that's ooh. But this comic, she actually is a little goth girl. She dyes her hair black, and she's like, I've been drawing this since whenever. That comic is set in Ohio. There's nothing wrong. Like, leave Ohio alone. I'm sorry. Yeah, my brain. I really am all over the place tonight. Yeah, I don't know how many houses this particular village is going to be. But like I said, most people were in favor of it. This lady and there was one other NIMBY-ish person. There were a couple. And even they were like, yeah, sure, but why this exact lot? And she was like because there's a lot across the street, and actually it's further offset. I don't know why she. Like I said, I like to speak to the manager type. I don't know why she cares, like, specifically, like, what side of the street it's on. And they're like, lady, it's based on where the city owns. It's based on where the city owns. Property. We don't get to the lot across the street the city probably doesn't own. This is the site being offered. And then she actually said an interesting thing. I think it was her, maybe it was someone else. It's hard to tell because it's like their Zoom was just like the whole room of people, and it's sometimes a little bit hard to see who exactly was speaking. But I think it was the same lady who basically said, "Oh, you should connect with Sound Transit because when they came through, they bought up all these weird little parcels, and they probably have some land, and it's all close to transit," which is actually a good point. Everyone should live close to transit, but especially people who are in transitional housing are much more likely to utilize transit than others. But yeah, no, I'm sorry. Architects showed up. Social health, public health workers, people just to say, I just lived down. I used to live near a tiny house village, and because obviously these people aren't inside all day with their widescreen TVs, they're much more likely to be outside than your other neighbors. But they're really awesome people. They're just out there with a chair and a conversation. These are communities of people who look out for each other, look out for each other's welfare, look out for each other's security, trade food, cook for each other. These are a real community of people. The other NIMBY-ish concern was you're going to have, I can't remember exactly, X number of houses. I want to say it's like 50 or so, and 2 toilets and 2 showers. And they were like, yeah. I lived in a trailer park that I believe had, I think it had spaces for at least like 50 or so trailers, and it had like one bathroom that was, well, there was a men's and a women's, and I think it had 2 shower stalls, and 3 toilet stalls each for the whole thing. And it was most of the time it was empty. Like almost all of the time it was empty. Of course, many RVs also have their own. Never mind. Okay, that's actually a false equivalency. Never mind. But like I said, overwhelmingly, people were in support of and positive about and saying, we want this, we need this, this belongs in our community. How can we make more of these things happen? I discovered that they have about 200 of the tiny houses themselves in storage, but they need about 300 to 400 for their plan, which is to build 6 villages in King County next year and 2 in Pierce. But yeah, no, the overwhelming Yeah, I'll just keep saying overwhelming. I was really glad. I was afraid that I was going to be one of the few voices. I didn't end up speaking at all because like one person who had signed up to speak said, well, basically they said everything I was going to say, and I'm glad. And then two people said, "Oh, I just signed it because I thought it was a sign in. I wasn't signing up to speak," which happens at almost every public thing that I've been to. Is some people just sign up because it's just they I don't know if they make it clear that. Okay. All right, I am going to stop screen sharing. Okay. This is Soft Cell, probably most famous. Wait, Soft Cell does play Tainted Love, right? Now I'm confusing myself. This is their cover of Where Did Our Love Go, which I love. And then and then I ordered again from Total Wine and More. I did, it's just too easy. And I continue to really like these ball aluminum cups. I don't know why they're just the right size. So I wanted to drink out something black, so I'm drinking out of my Quality Recordings mug. After coworkers started making "What's in your mug" jokes, not necessarily directed at me, but sort of in general at one another, I stopped drinking out of mugs on this show. I just want to keep my wine consumption containers and my coffee and tea containers just to keep it straight. I also used to, when I would travel around town, fill these with wine, but now these are water exclusive, and that somehow it's important to me. But I couldn't find. I don't own any black glasses, so I made an exception. They're my rules. I can break them. Shall we get to the news? Full disclaimer, I don't make the news, I just report it. I have all my biases. I try to at least state them. I guess that is my nod to journalistic integrity, but I'm not going to pretend I don't have biases up to it, including the stories that I choose. So I try not to just report the things I want to report on, even when I'm there's one particular story I've already decided I'm not going to report. It's an entertainment story. It's not but when it comes down to political stuff, it's not I don't avoid. I'll be honest, I have to sometimes remind myself, just because that story makes the left look bad, or just because that story is positive for Elon Musk or whatever, I can't just skip over it. This is Dinosaur Jr.'s cover of The Cure's Just Like Heaven. Give me 1 second. That was Dinosaur Jr. with a cover of The Cure's Just Like Heaven, followed by Throw Down. This is a Cure with a Forest acoustic. Off of Acoustic Hits. That was clearly the end of Boys Don't Cry. This is according to AFP. Outrage at Israeli shots at diplomats' tour of West Bank. Several nations that have backed Israel voiced outrage Wednesday after Israeli troops fired what they called quote-unquote warning shots as foreign diplomats visited the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian Authority accused, again, no, Palestinian Authority, that's... I was just talking about that. I know who you are. Hi, Amy. Welcome to the show. I don't know. Are you speaking for all Goths? Because you don't speak for Martin Oldgoth, the creator of World Goth. That basically said like anyone who's doing any kind of gatekeeping or whatever. But enjoy yourself. Oh, that did remind me though. The Palestinian Authority accused troops of deliberately shooting at the delegation near the flashpoint city of Jenin. The Israeli military, already under pressure over tactics in the Gaza war, said it regretted the quote-unquote inconvenience. Okay. I did want to get to, there were a couple of Reddit questions. So one of them was tell me, the question was basically like, what rap goth groups are there? And basically all the answers were like, none. There are none. What are you kidding? Goth and rap don't go together. Absolutely incorrect, but whatever. But then the best, okay, I want to find it. It was a really thoughtful post, and it definitely was someone who, unlike me, does know, like, deep into goth history, but they were asking what guitars to play for goth. Let me see if I can find that post. Oh yeah, no, I found it. That wasn't hard. All right, so the question was posted, and this is 5 years ago in our goth. What are common guitars used by goth bands? Is there even a common? And then these are, I actually really like both of these answers. You can do goth on nearly any type of guitar. Honestly, the effects are the most important part. Chorus, flanger, delay, and reverb will cover most bases. Telecasters are used by bands like Bauhaus, Corpus Delicti, Mephisto's Waltz, as are Gretches used by Death Cult, Fields of Nephilim, and The Mission. Stratocasters used by Big Electric Cat, Drab Majesty, and Sansombra. Les Pauls used by Gene Loves Jezebel, Skeletal Family, Jazzmaster, and loads of other guitars used by The Cure. There really isn't a consistent guitar that every band uses. Sees bands live on YouTube, and see bands live or on YouTube, and they'll have all sorts of guitars. So the guitar that feels and sounds right to you, and don't worry about whether it's quote unquote goth or not. I agree. That's the top answer, and that's the answer I agree with. But here's another interesting answer, just about if you're thinking about like, I want to play goth music. What is it? Okay, the exact musical definition of the goth genre. In goth, the guitar tone is usually processed with electric effects. The clean or warmly overdriven guitar sound is processed through chorusing, flanging, analog delay, and or dense reverb. It's that dense reverb. Resulting in a timbre that resembles those used by Bauhaus, Susie and the Banshees, and The Cure. As well, goths have a characteristic guitar playing style. Goth playing takes the downstroke playing from punk and emphasizes angular melodic lines instead of thick chords. Minor keys and minor mode melodies are prevalent, but major keys are also used. And then it gets more into like music theory than I'm actually interested in. But yeah, I thought that those were both really. I thought that those were good answers. Like my dog might be throwing up on my couch. I mean, I'll worry about that later. Oh. I'm going to pretend that was a request and place, for emo, and place Atreyu. Wait, can I not find... I'm lying, I'm playing Fallout Boy. Super goth Fallout Boy. This is Twin Skeletons Hotel in New York City. Where the fuck did I put this? I absolutely have to screenshot that. This is Lip Gloss in Black by Atreyu. I'm pretty sure my response to that troll was, "My mommy thinks I'm cool." I don't think I really care. I am curious. Is there really some goth versus emo like flame war that I don't know about and wouldn't care about even if I did know about? But is that a real thing? Is this person someone who's just having a bad day? Is this someone who are they just a music gatekeeper? Like that's their thing? Is just finding random live streams to troll their thing? I don't know. Like I wonder why people just jump into your comments and like immediately like right off the bat. I'm like, hi, how are you? Are you okay? Nothing will ever beat the Aaron Carter comment though. As cool as this album cover is, it makes me think of like the back covers of Mad magazines. Having an album like there's probably a reason this is the only album I'm familiar with that opens in the middle. It's a very strange design.
Live,
That was Atreyu with lip gloss in black. Oh, I kind of want to play Sisters of... Should I just play 1959 right now? No, I'm going to save it for later. Sorry. Actually ended up ripping, which is... Yeah, had to take my glue stick to my Atreyu record. All right, this is Rasputina with the old headboard. Wait. Weathered remix, splintered remix, feathered remix, glittered remix. Splintered remix and then possibly the original if the splintered remix isn't satisfying.
What becomes a legend most? Doesn't you think about it? Space goes coast to coast. All happy thanks today for all the things we stole and all the things we gave away. You make experiments, you try to teach a lesson and then they just stand a fake handshake. Don't make no man. I know about a year ago it's all lost to me. Fake handshake. What don't makes you know neighbor for sure it's a light and go for it. I don't know about a year ago it's all lost to me. You up in my head. What did it makes you run? Was it a Broadway show? It's a light and go for it. Where'd you get the dumb idea? Platonic dating, I have experience in the love and the lives of man and machine. I don't know about a year ago.
This is the laundry mix of Transylvanian Concubine off of Transylvanian Regurgitations by Rasputina. I don't think this is Ricky Ramirez on guitar and bass and unnamed musician on keyboard.
If you want to know how to fly, then go on to the place where all the coke new bodies meeting covers twist them all. The leather best and wonder how they chew on that. ONTT can never view it. They know what to do. The two began to sing in their hearts. And their minds, they got to whisper, see, and nemesis to look into their eyes and know.
Phantasmagoria is unquestionably the band's gothiest album. I will get to the news, I swear, but this is not officially a news episode. They're wearing a lot of eyeliner. That is the gothist. Oh my god. Okay. This is the Damned with Shadow of Love. Me when I'm like, wow, the Damned with MCA. I don't remember. I will say another good point that was made, which was not everything spooky is goth. Like goths don't have like stranglehold, or like they don't own spookiness. So, which is valid. I don't know why that panda always makes me think of Steve Jobs. I think it's the black turtleneck. Okay, if this next song doesn't cement my punk rock, goth, street cred, street goth, punk, street punk, street goth, I'm not emo. No, I'm kidding. I don't care. I am emo. This is Emily and the Strangers with Calling All Guitars. I want an Emily tattoo, for sure. People have accused my Jin character of being ripped off from Emily. I didn't even know this existed. I think Emily's a little girl, right? Like, I don't know how old Emily is, but like, oh no, I mean, she's like, yeah. My character starts off this age, but goes through, like, anyway. Having seen it, I see the resemblance. Wait, I was gonna say Jin never wore bangs, but that's a huge lie. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, no, she doesn't wear bangs anymore, I'll tell you that much. told you, my neighbors love me. I shine the bat skull signal out in their window all night long. Wait, why does it say preparing live stream? I'm not live now? Okay, I don't, whatever. Wait, that's not helpful. Okay, unclear whether I'm live now. Oh, no, me looking confused in real time. Okay, that's probably an indicator that I am live now. All right, I'm going to keep going until I... This is Where Is My Mind by the Pixies. Why does it continue to say...
Stop.
Get to the news. Okay, no, okay. And again, for those who themselves may be preternaturally concerned about music categories and whatnot, this is a celebration of World Goth Day via goth adjacent record collection. I don't own a lot of like straight goth, but I love it. It's a subculture I've been a part of my whole life. I agree, it's incredibly welcoming and someone kidnapped Carmen? Where is Carmen? obviously Where Is My Mind by the Pixies. This is, if I get this right, this is Life's a Grave and I Dig It. Off of Life's a Grave and I Dig It by the Necromantics. Again, more. This is, I don't know what like psychobilly. They're definitely not goth, but they're adjacent. Oh, no, wait, no, right street. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm playing. Well, we're playing it. And yeah, that is like a coffin-shaped stand-up bass. That is kind of like the signature of this band. All right, let's actually get to the news now. I don't know why I've been putting it off. All right. Associated Press, North Korea vows to arrest those responsible for failed ship launch. I know what this is. It doesn't matter, never mind. I'll figure it out in a minute. But again, that's what authoritarian dictators do, is like to arrest everyone for probably their own errors and mistakes, and or at least lacks of oversight that they could, that someone, yeah, whoever ends up getting arrested won't be the people responsible. I'll just put it that way. Oh, okay. This is I want to be very, very clear. This is an opinion section. This is from The Hill. This is. I want. Okay. This is, yeah. Again, The Hill. Take that with a grain of salt that you will. China has an off switch for America, and we aren't ready to deal with it. This is a little bit reactionary. It talks about the Chinese government and alleged activities that they've alleged to be involved in. I do want to talk about some of these things. So there are four categories: tactical electromagnetic pulse weapons, EMP weapons. We haven't heard about this. You heard about this a lot in Cuba a while back, and then you probably haven't heard about it again. Just FYI, police departments have similar weapons that they will use on peaceful protesters. I've seen them pull it out. I can't remember if they actually used it, but I remember they had it deployed, like ready to use. I just want to figure out what I'm. Oh, that totally said other side. Yeah, in which case, I do believe that was Anaheim After Dark. We are still listening to the Necromantics off of Life is a Grave, and I Dig It. This is, I believe, Life is a Grave. Well, yeah, I would say of all, I don't know specifically what the evidence. Oh, yeah, no. Deep sea fiber cuts. That's something that has been credibly attributed to the Chinese Communist Party, and that's a type of sabotage that's not. They're not. I mean, we were talking about like damaging critical infrastructure. Hospitals need those fibers running. That's not a minor worry. Anti-satellite weapons and then cyber attacks. Which, yeah, no, I mean, I think it's worth just having that discussion. Though, like I said, that's more an opinion piece than actually anything that happened in the news today. But there wasn't. I'm sure things happened all over the world that, especially being an American, I don't hear anything about because our news is heavily filtered. Oh yeah, the other disclaimer I don't say a lot is Yahoo News. That's where I get a lot of my news. It's an aggregate website. It's not. Yahoo. It's not. It is actually as ridiculous as it sounds. It aggregates from all the way from. I actually do. So international news, national news, entertainment news. National meaning like actually the like stuff going on the federal level, and then things in the states, various states. If whatever I happen to have caught, because there's always things happening every day in all the states. But that part tends to be more regional and or relative to the places I've lived. New York, New Mexico, California, Oregon, here, Washington. I said entertainment, science, tech, health, business, finance, and then just general purpose like lists and whatnot. Am I playing this out too? I am. And then the final disclaimer before we get back into the news is Israeli embassy staff me when I keep hiding my keyboard from myself. Wait, why won't it let me comment on my? Oh, because I have to press that. Is that? That is interesting. Wait, why won't it let me? Why can't I comment? That's weird. This is super weird. Why won't it let me? Why won't it let me comment on my own YouTube? That is. Sorry. Eventually we'll get to the news and stay with it. Maybe. Something. Alright, something I typed. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why YouTube wouldn't let me comment on my own channel. Some symbol I used? Okay, YouTube, your rules are so, like... Oh, wait. Wait. You can't say... Oh, wait. Here? You can't say here. All are welcome. Oh, it's a character limit. Okay. Alright, well. I love the necromantics, but we're moving on. Give me 1 second. Am I gonna play more Damned? Am I gonna play Portishead? Super Goth Portishead. This is a hard time. I'm sorry. This is Sour Times off of Dummy by Portishead. Now it's okay. Now where's the keyboard? Oh my god. Okay. YouTube comment section continues to be trash, and I'm not even talking about the comments. I'm talking about the the actual technology to make comment. Like, oh, YouTube. Whatever. This is Sour Times by Portishead off of Dummy. Alright, back to the news. Seriously, what am I avoiding? Oh, I think I know. Oh, well, this one, yeah. Israeli embassy staff killed in D.C. shooting. Well, the actual example of anti-Semitism. Pretty reliably, they were coming out of a Jewish museum event. Just about a mile from the White House in the U.S. Capitol. Quotes from the president that I'm just going to ignore because I don't. And, yeah, the same people already trying to twist this into something political for their own benefit and gain. Did nothing to prevent a climate where politicized violence is going to, but except finger point and blame. But I guess that's what I'm doing. So I don't know. But I already said I'm tired. Reuters: Trump administration blocks Harvard. It's harder and harder to say Harvard. No, I don't know. Yeah, parks at Harvard Yard. Trump administration blocks Harvard from enrolling foreign students, threatens broader crackdown. And no, for real, foreign enrolled students will have to transfer to other schools. Like, this is some of the wildest, most interference. If, again, you can't prove a counterfactual, but even Obama is at the point where, like, if I did some of this shit, like, yeah, no. If a Democrat had specifically, and notice how no one ever talks about lawfare anymore. How come that was their lawfare, and now suddenly weaponizing the legal system is just, well, it's what you should expect. It's what you should expect when entering a U.S. border. It's what you should expect when living within 100 miles of a U.S. border. That's right, the entire city of New York. That's right, the entire city of Seattle. That's right, the entire East and West Coast, like all the i.e. everything above the Mason-Dixon line that Trump would love to control. They do. Within 100 miles of the border, and ports are borders, they can take over Seattle anytime they want. I'm just saying. But they can't take away my World Goth Day. No, I don't know. It's midnight here in Seattle now. So, hope you enjoyed it. Now I'm going to play... No, like KXP, I'm just going to play whatever I want. No, I already am. It's not... Goth and Goth adjacent. We're going to get to that. Goth rap? What's that? That doesn't exist. Differs begged. So this is Lil Peep, who was a member of Goth Boy Clique, a rap collective of goth rappers. This is Live Forever, which sadly he did not like. Yeah, sadly he did not. And Ghost Boy. Shout out to Lil Peep. was gonna grab something else, but I'm over it. Let's just keep going on with the news. Which part of this is not goth? Threatens broader crackdown. Yeah, no, Christy Nome was like, yeah, no, every other college, take note, you're next. I mean, again, they are literally writing the first We Came For poem themselves. Like, they're... And we're about 4 lines in. That was the other thing that I got from the Moms Rising meeting. Experts say we passed authoritarian. We are no longer a democracy as of February, almost immediately. Like, and they have, when I say experts, these are people who study this, and they have their models and their historic. But again, that was the other thing they impressed. If you're like really putting all your faith in the 3.5% of the population it takes to mobilize to resist tyranny. The point that was made pretty tacitly, that's the historical threshold. We don't know anything going forward. But we can still learn from historical precedents, which is, again, when... And really, 3.5% is not a lot. 3.5% of the population resist authoritarianism. It can't continue. The other thing that they pointed out that I think is really important is that authoritarianism is really fragile. It's really, really dependent on loyalty, and as such, it's really, really dependent on refreshing loyalty. This is Ghost Boy by Lil Peep. Alright, this is slightly less goth, but still, it's a good song. But I 100% stand behind Live Forever as a goth song. Witchblade, a goth song. Yeah, nonetheless, the historical precedent that really, and I know what we are at now, 300 something million. Well, I don't know what I'm bad at math, but 3.5% of that is. But it's not a lot of people, but it's enough people, and we're not there yet. But a critical mass can overthrow authoritarianism. And again, if you want to know more or learn more about protesting and protest tactics, I do a show called Cute Boots. It's about weekly here on this channel. It's also on Facebook. It's the only show. It's the only regular show. I simulcast the MF show too. It's one of 2 shows that I simulcast on Facebook under my government name. Actually, now that I think about it, that's probably something I should stop doing. Oh. This is Angel Fuck Skulls and Die Die My Darling by The Misfits Meet the Nutley Brass. So Nutley Brass is a band from Nutley, New Jersey that performs hits mostly of punk bands. They've done this particular one where it says Misfits Meet the Nutley Brass, and I love the. Oh my gosh! Why am I? Oh my gosh! Yeah, these are lounge style covers of Misfits songs. Let's see if I got this right. This is Skulls. Space age pop or lounge style covers. $2005. Hold on, I have to look this up because I want to get this right. I want to attribute properly. It is, it is Basil Gogos. Yeah, no, it's signed in the legendary for the cover art there. So the Skulls, and I'm going to play Die Die My Darling, possibly followed by I Turned Into a Martian. No, I'm not. I reserve the right to play I Turned Into a Martian at some future point. This is Die Die My Darling by Misfits Meet the Nutley Brass. Okay, when it says Misfits Meet the Nutley Brass, this is actually produced by Jerry only. So it literally is like the Nutley Brass like went into the studio with members of the Misfits and like so yeah. Boop, boop. Like I said, I reserve the right to play more Misfits Meet Nutley Brass at some future point. But for now, we'll put that away. We'll put away childish things. No, I'm kidding. I don't know why. Yeah. This is Brother Lynch hung off of Season of the Sickness. This is officially, this is horrorcore, right? This is or horror rap or like, yeah, no. Yeah, Tech Nine. It briefly on Strange Music, Tech Nine's record label. Actually, for Mandible Lecter, the most brilliant record. Well, other than this one, Season of the Sickness is still the classic. I'm trying to figure out what I want to play though. I'm like, I could play all of it. Oh, that's real gangsta. Dead Man Walking? Oh, maybe that's the vibe. Yeah, okay. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, no, the because it's a double. Originally it was it was a one, but this is a double with like, got the neon highlighter colors. And yes, my fingers are my Dead Man Walking or Welcome to Your Own Death. Season of the Sickness. All right, we're going to start with Dead Man Walking and then go from there. Oh, hey! Welcome back. I started live. So I've done limited testing. Thanks for reminding me that I am live streaming. Because what is happening is I'm forgetting that I'm playing music sometimes that I can't play, so I need to be careful. But yeah, I did a bunch of testing as to like literally I went through like my whole catalog almost and like, what can I play? What can't I play? And so I'm back to live music, but this is a special and I forgot. So now I'm like, I'm playing things that aren't in my tested, so I'm tempting fate. Last time in December I got a strike. I don't want another strike. YouTube gods, leave me alone. I'm just out here trying to, but thanks for hello. And I am just trying to gather up some people who remember the live streams, like the live streams. I enjoyed doing that. I know that pre-tape stuff is not the same. We're still taking requests, sort of, but thank you. And then, there were a couple of other things. Like, I was doing live streams every night, and I can't do that. I work full time. Like, I can't, that's just not good or healthy. I have done, for some of us, we're moving into, I took time off. World Goth Day is officially a holiday for me. But yeah, for some of us, we're moving into like a holiday weekend. if you work and you don't get that time off, mad respect and thank you for keeping everything going during that period. But yeah, I'm rethinking how I'm doing lives. I'm tentatively testing the waters, though this last week I just jumped back in. But thank you for reminding me that I am wild, like literally, because I forget and then I start playing things that I can't play. So we take requests, no Beyonce. I won't play Don't Fear the Reaper, as much as that is a proto-goth. We've been talking about like what are proto-goth. Blue Oyster Cult, Don't Fear the Reaper, absolutely proto-goth. Total Eclipse of the Heart, Bonnie Tyler, maybe, but more importantly, I can't play that. So there are songs I know I can't play, and I've never been able to play, and I won't play them on a live stream because I don't want to get another strike. If I play it on a pre-recorded show, YouTube is just like, sorry, you can't play that, and either I have to mute it or I have a bunch of options. But if I play it on a live stream, it ends up as a strike. And so, yeah, avoiding that, and then this is Devil Town by Cave Town. The other reason is, and I'll be honest, is some of the episodes were getting way more visibility than I was comfortable with, especially as we were moving into a season where, and I'm talking about this now, I don't feel safe. Like, I don't feel safe going outside my own house. I don't feel safe on the internet. You can see some of the comments already. Like, and again, that's just you're emo. We don't like emo. I'm like, okay. Are you speaking for all goths, or like? Because I already said this is like goth adjacent, goth punk, goth. This is not. If you're a goth purist, this show is not for you. And actually, World Goth Day is over. But if you're here celebrating that, great. But like, I don't know. I just feel like there's so much bullying, and I'm so exhausted. And it's just like it's just how discourse is. It's like what people, I don't know. It's like that John Locke, like life is nasty, Brutus, and short, like Leviathan shit.
Life's alright in Devil Town, where no one's gonna catch us now. Dad has bought a new car now. We're fine, no one's gonna catch us now.
I don't think I have Sun House like handy. Like not handy, but yeah. But that's a vibe. Okay, I can like think about like the general vibe. How are you doing? How is your family? How is I don't know what. It's been months. Like, how are you doing? The thing I miss about doing live streams is the interaction. Oh my gosh, Robert Johnson. I might have to go down to the basement and grab, but I know exactly where my Robert Johnson is. I will play Robert Johnson before the end of the episode. Well, I'm not promising, but I am. Okay, Robert Johnson is a challenge accepted. I'm like you could. I don't know. Like if I could like do graphics in real time, like math figures would have like gone on the screen, like to indicate like brain calculating. I'm like, I know where my two Robert Johnson records are, like volume 1 and volume 2, but I also know there are other like compilations and things that might be closer than okay. Let me think about Robert Johnson for sure. So this, I don't think this is the right. If this would be amazing. So I'm doing a record unboxing right now. Oh, well, I just cut my finger. And this definitely isn't the one I was thinking of. That was Deviltown by Cape Town. Alright, Robert Johnson. That is the challenge. Give me a second. Give me a minute. Though, for some reason, I don't know why I thought of this. I'm like, and then I'm like, what? All right, so Robert Johnson, you're some real like Delta blues shit. I'm like, what do I have? Maybe that's not actually Robert Johnson, but Robert Johnson adjacent, because that actually. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is not what I anticipated it would be. It's the Candyman soundtrack. Okay. Philip Glass. Not well. It's not Robert Johnson, but. Huh. No, seriously, I cut my finger. A friend who cut their finger, the last time I ran into them, reached out to me. And actually, it's a good reminder. If you were here in the Seattle area, Saturday, May 24th, protest at Cal Anderson Park. It's a counter protest. We were talking about like, how do you protest? I am absolutely going to bring bubbles and balloon. I'm going to bring party stuff, dance party, because that's how you counter hate. But it's like May Day, and they're like they're kind of like a transphobic protect our kids kind of a thing, and fuck them. And so yeah, but not like let's go there and fight them. Let's go there and all right. This is all right. This is called Frantic Painting. You Should Say It. End of Finley and Frantic Cycles, off of the Candyman soundtrack. Candyman, 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 Candyman. That's as many times as I'm willing to say it. How about you? I know it's just a movie, but that's as many times as I'm willing to say it. And that was probably at least one or two too many. Am I at the right speed? I am. Okay, wait. Gonna make me go find my Robert Johnson. All right. Oh my god! I didn't even see what the stickers were. I didn't even look. They included some stickers. The official Clive Barker account is hilarious. Like it's all just a bunch of like Hellraiser memes now. It's not even like, it is completely unserious, and that is, I'm here for it. I'm probably gonna play Boy Harsher. Is that? I was like, is that Olivia Rodrigo? Oh, back to whoever was like, this isn't goth. This is emo. Now I want to play Olivia Rodrigo, who people are like, she is not emo, but I'm like, she is though. She has co-songwriting credits with Paramore. You can't dispute that now. The losing that lawsuit gave her street cred in the like historical sense. Like she will always have co-songwriting credits with Haley Williams now. So anyway, I'm gonna go downstairs and get my Robert Johnson. Give me a second. By request, and actually, yeah, no, Tess. I think I can play Robert Johnson. I mean, it's the 30s. It's literally in the public domain. Yeah, I know I can play Robert Johnson. Burb. All right, give me 1 second to put my key away, and then we will play some Robert Johnson, and then I will read the comments because I see there are more comments. But okay. Whoops. Oh, this chicken lost its. Okay, whatever. Oh my gosh, stress. Yes. I so I yeah I actually just went to a party with my former chiropractor, and I love him and he's great. But the reason I don't need to see him anymore 100% is the type of stress that I was experiencing at the time that I don't anymore. That yeah. Right, I'm trying to figure this out. Okay. Yes. And thank you for reminding me as we're talking about like goth adjacent music. I'm talking about punk and psychobilly and all these different. Yeah, no, and they are all goth adjacent. But blues, if goth is sad music, blues is obviously the heart of. This is Robert Johnson off of King of the Delta Blues Singers with, when in doubt, play track one, side one, but I want to take a look. Oh, well, Crossroads Blues. That almost makes me just want to play Devil Went Down to, yeah, okay. Let's just start with Crossroads Blues. Terraplane Blues. Robert Johnson. Am I at the right speed? Yes. No. But yeah, no, you gotta protect your health. I have some health stories coming up because we gotta think about it. We gotta talk about it. And yes, stress. Oh, the 27 Club. Actually, now I have to look it up because I played. There's Terraplane Blues. Hold on. I was looking for something. Give me 1 second. My organizational system is not perfect. Despite the fact I just turned off, yeah. Wait, I don't know what I was looking up. Okay, Lil Peep, who I just played, because someone said goth and rap don't mix, and I was like, I beg to differ. Yeah, song held Cobain, but and now I have to look up how old was Lil Peep when he died. I don't think he didn't even make it to 27. That's the sad thing there. Of all the rappers with Lil in their name, he never even got to live past. Like, remember when Lil Bow Wow just became Bow Wow? Like, 1996 to 2017, he was 21. Yeah, he didn't even live to. But I just want to say, like, yeah, no, I know my pre-recorded shows are not the same as the live, but I missed you. I missed this interaction, and I'm glad. I hope, yeah, you're always welcome to jump in on my pre-recorded shows as well. I'm still figuring out how to do lives and how to do more of them and how to do them the right way, the new YouTube way. I don't know how to link. We'll get back to the news in a second, but yeah, no, catching up with an old, can I say friend? An old, yeah, I appreciate your comment about my DJ skills. I joke about being like best DJ ever, mostly when I scratch a record or when I like pop, like there's a huge sharp pop and I'm like, oh, I could have. But I like to DJ. I like to play my records and talk over them. And not a lot of people appreciate that format, but I will stick at it, as long as I can. This is Come On in My Kitchen, and I'm gonna close out with Robert Johnson for the moment. Some of the other changes you may have noticed, I changed my clothes. I am wearing my Pure. This is from their, I want to say, was it 2024 or 2023? Oops. Yeah, oops. I am less. I used to be like, this show is brought to you by wine and boop boops, but we're less likely to do that because, yeah, YouTube Terms of Service talks about like promoting, promoting certain things, and then. Completely separate from the copyright strike that I got from YouTube. I had a separate, it wasn't a strike, it was a warning, but they totally made me take like a YouTube, like it was about human trafficking, but it was because they accused me of basically human trafficking myself because I was doing what they called stripper behavior. So now I don't change on camera anymore. You notice I was wearing a different outfit and now I'm wearing this outfit. I used to just like, it was like, to me it was like Mr. Rogers, like so innocent. Like it was like I like changing out of my work clothes because that was what I was just wearing earlier was exactly what I wore to work today. That is a long-standing series on this channel, what I wore to work today, and I invite viewers to evaluate, like, is this how you would dress to work? And yeah, no. And again, the amount of eyeliner, I did not wear black lipstick, actually. But it was basically what I wore to work today. And in the past, I would just change out of it on camera while I'm playing music. I wouldn't even think about it. But then I got accused of, like, taking off clothes is a certain type of behavior that could be considered exploitation according to an algorithm. For those who are like the goth purists out there, here's some more Cure. And again, you're like, that's not even goth. That's pop goth. That's not. Yeah, no, I know. It's not like Tribe of Boop Bops or whatever. But this is Want by The Cure. Actually, let me double check. Oh my god, Fiction Records. You know it's legit. Off Wild Mood Swings. Definitely Friend. Yes. Like trying to get like my face and Robert Smith's face in the same shot. Yeah, there we go. That works. Cool. Yeah, DM me because can you be my out-of-state contact? No, I'm kidding. But sort of not, because I've literally alienated everyone else in my life, and yeah, my dad's health is ailing, and I'm like, oh, thank you for asking. The fur babies, interesting. Yeah, no, here's the fur baby report. Duke's ear is doing much, much better. Duke had a weird ear thing that was causing, he had it never actually caused him discomfort. Well, I'm sorry. It's a type of growth that is common. It is non-cancerous. But it happens. He was fine until he started scratching it, and then he turned into a bloody mess. It was getting really gory. And it was like gross and like, yeah, no. But then it started to shrink as I was told it would. And it did. And he's doing fine now. But then during that whole period, it affected a lot of things because it affected our walk and even our walk times because I didn't want to walk. Other pet owners would definitely be like rightfully like, what's going on with your pet? And I'm like, yeah, no, he's fine, but... So, no, that's Duke. Daisy, it's interesting. She's been spending more time independently. So I've got 2 dogs and 2 cats. I've got a dog named Duke, I got a dog named Daisy, I got a cat named Karma, and I got a cat named Luna. Duke and Karma have been spending more time together, and Daisy's, she's almost been like third wheeled. It's interesting. But I don't want to say she's been spending more time with Luna, but yeah, it's just interesting. Like, and then someone posted a thing on social media that was like, my dog spends so much time with cats that are developing cat-like traits, and it's kind of true. Like, Duke, I was like, oh my gosh, Duke cleans himself all the time, and it's because he spends so much time with Karma. Like, he sleeps with his, like, paw over his nose. Like, he has, like, some. He's always he actually always has. I've always like joked like you're just a big dog cat, like big cat dog, because he like scratches after he poops. But he's not the only one. Lots of dogs do. But yeah, no. So yeah, Duke and Karma alliances have shifted in our household. I guess that's the big pet news. But they're all doing good. They're all doing okay. Luna's been more out of her shell. She's been venturing outside of her room, the pet room. How are your fur babies? Oh, and then also Daisy. So I have I have a variety of leashes. I have more than one retractable leash, but I would never let two dogs, at least these two dogs, off on two separate retractable leashes. Like I considered that, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. So they alternate between who gets to use it, but mostly it's been Duke because Daisy uses the retractable leash to stop, and then just like, I don't know, she uses it more in protest mode, but more recently she's been like running ahead of Duke and like pulling on. Because she doesn't have the retractable, she gets the short leash, and then she's like, I'm like, oh, you want to go forward, and so I switched it, and she's been using the retractable leash. And not, the thing is, what happens is once she gets really far away, she used to be like, I have all the power. But it also meant she could run into traffic. She doesn't have the common, I love her, but she doesn't always have the common sense that I trust to like be that far away from me. More recently, she's displayed, again, it's called earned autonomy. She's displayed responsibility, and she's gotten the long leash. She's gotten the retractable leash, so she can go as far as, I want to say 20 feet. And not abusing it. Like what usually happens is she gets it, she enjoys it, and then she immediately starts abusing it. But yeah. Oh, thank you for asking. I love my pets. This is. So we already talked about Halloween. Oh no, I didn't actually talk about Halloween all year. I talked about why I was playing the Misfits to open a Goth show, because this is Goth adjacent. It is not Goth purist. And yeah, those people who were earlier in the comments like definitely missed that. But for those keeping track, Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas is actually the reason I got a strike on my channel, but for playing the movie, not the soundtrack. I can play the soundtrack, which I will right now. This is Cats Across America with... Because we celebrate. Maybe this isn't a news episode. This is just a vloggy episode. This is what it's going to be. Whatever it is, like all the episodes, it is what it is. But yeah, I got a strike for playing Grumpy Cat's Worst Christmas, the movie. I'm allowed to play the soundtrack. I know that. I've tested it up to fairly recently. I love this song so much. The fact that they put this out on vinyl is amazing to me and makes me so happy. But this is the reason I don't do live streams. This song, this in a way, is the reason I don't do live streams as much anymore. And also, what I was going to say was, we started with Halloween by Misfits. We do Halloween year-round here. Halloween is not a season, it's a way of life. But also Christmas. I appreciate how many of my neighbors now leave, and again, for me, it's like, not all your Halloween decorations, but like a skull here, a skull there. I don't know if, I don't want to say it's my influence, but in our neighborhood, we do Halloween year round in our yards, and some people do Halloween, Christmas year round. And I very much appreciate more and more, especially I live in a neighborhood where people are aging. You don't have to get up on your roof and take them down. Just leave them up. And you don't have to light them year round, but you can just leave them there. But seeing like people in their 60s and 70s up on ladders, putting up and taking up decorations, meow, meow, meow. But for real, how many? Yeah, no, I love that they reference both Hanukkah and Kwanzaa in a Christmas song. This is still the bop of all seasons. R.I.P. Grumpy Cat. I think Grumpy Cat died in like 2019, but yeah, no, R.I.P. Grumpy Cat. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if this is goth or not, but it's my spinning ghost light. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's more like Terrifier 3. This is Felines by Front 242. This is definitely not goth, but yeah, no, Front 242, what would you call it? Industrial, right? But this is, again, I don't know, goth adjacent. The timbre of the vocals definitely is goth adjacent in my mind. Alright, sorry, let me check in with the comments. Oh, okay, so, separation anxiety. My dog's definitely, hi Duke, jump up. Jump up. Yeah, no, my dogs definitely get separation anxiety. My job has required me to, that's another reason, I guess, shifting of the channel and how I do things has required me to be more out and about in the community, which is great. I actually enjoy it, but you like this song, Duke? It's about cats. His tail's wagging. I guess he likes this song. I'm like, oh wow, your ear looks bloody. Is that actual, or is that? It doesn't look good tonight. I'm curious how your channel is going. Now I want to play a version of Fever. I have several. Speaking of my protest show, the show that It's called Cute Boots. It's a weekly show that talks about specifically protests in Seattle, but sometimes national movements like January 14th, June 14th, No Kings. That's happening all across the country, and Tesla takedowns, which are happening. Yeah, no, I'm talking about. Bye, Boots. Yeah, having seen that one video that you shared with me of your, first of all, your space is so amazing. But I can tell Halloween is. It is not surprising me that Halloween is your favorite holiday. Because that's your. Yeah, like I said, to me, Halloween isn't a season; it's a lifestyle. I'm pretty sure the same is true for you. So with that in mind, Halloween year round. But yeah, I can't take. Neither of my I can take them around the neighborhood, but I can't take them. Am I gonna play the Undead Tombstone remix of Spooky Scary Skeletons? I am. Okay. Andrew Gold, thank you for being a friend. This is the Undead Tombstone remix of Spooky Scary Skeletons by Andrew Gold off of Halloween Howls. I completely abandoned news, didn't I? I will get to it, but... Boop. Alright, first of all, I can do hard things. Like getting a cat on the bottle. Alright, this song is definitely not goth, but you might recognize it. This is the original. again, that was Spooky Scary Skeletons. That was a remix, but originally by Andrew Gold. This is Thank You for Being a Friend by Andrew Gold off of All This in Heaven Too. Shout out to all my friends. Don't make me go downstairs and get the Barfly soundtrack, which I believe I own. To all my friends! Probably not goth, but I don't know. That's not for me to say. Oh my god, we're still only at Trump and Harvard. Okay, I'm never gonna get to the news. I can't. We'll just cry for the best. It's a World Goth party. Let's not. I know the news is not good. Fuck the news. Wait, it's not good for who? Sorry, yeah. As it turns out, I do have, speaking of cute boots, which is the protest show that I do. I do have a version of These Boots Are Made for Walking. But as I play that out, Thank You for Being a Friend, which is obviously, if you haven't placed it by now, you're like, I know that song. It was the theme to Golden Girls. I still cannot find a version of the Cheers theme. R.I.P. George Wendt. Thank you for being a friend. You know, everywhere you know, for the places everyone knows your name. All right, this is These Boots Are Made for Walking by the performed by the Meteors, originally by Nancy Sinatra. I want to say it's actually co-written by Lee Greenwood, which is like interesting, but yeah, no. Whatever it is, I'm playing it out. This White Coffin would Drop It Like It's Hot. Alright, Nancy Sinatra, Boots Are Made for Walking, cover version by the Meteors coming up next. This is Drop It Like It's Hot, performed by White Coffin. Yeah, again, so I do a weekly show called Cute Boots, and I've said a couple times, I'm like, do I not own any version of a Nancy Sinatra? I don't. I don't own the original, as far as I know, which is an interesting, like, gap in my record collection. But I do own this cover, which I will play next. But actually, before that, I'm going to play Igor and the Red Elvises with Bad Romance. Lady Gaga is not a goth artist, but I'm going to say goth adjacent. Monster, Bad Baby, yeah, she does, yeah. But yeah, correct me, because holy shit, I literally think oh my god, is that true? Holy shit, no, that is true. Oh my gosh. Alright, it's gonna be a minute, because I just tragically ripped. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, oh no. Oh, yeah. I was like, well, at least I found it. Oh, of course, it's covered in cat hair now. Um, yeah, I just pulled the needle off of the record because. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so bad. Okay, give me a second. Um, yes. Is this like klezmer? It's not Weird Al, I'll tell you that. It's allegedly psychobilly, but this feels more like klezmer music to me. But this is Igor and the Red Elvises off of Psychobilly Goes Pop. Nancy Sinatra cover coming up next by the Meteors, not actual Nancy Sinatra. Give me a second. That was the Meteors with These Boots Are Made for Walking, originally performed by Nancy. No last name needed. Um, this is Independence off of Back from the Grave with oh my gosh. It's okay. Is that post about was that Elmo I've been fired post real or was that a like it was okay. Anyway, this is C is for Cookie by The Independents. All right, actually, this is Bloody Night, Bloody Knife. Okay, well, let's see what we're doing here. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. I think this is Bloody Night, Bloody Knife by The Independents. It's definitely ska. Ska song. It is a ska song, but not the song I meant to play. I'll be right back. This is The Independent. is Bloody Night, Bloody Night. Pick it up, pick it up. Is this even a news show anymore? Holy shnikes. Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, I literally just did this. Okay. Is that it? Is that... Oh, speaking of goth adjacent, look at this blondie thinking he's goth. No, I'm kidding. This is Unholy by Sam Smith. And when I said he, I meant they. What are you talking about? He's comfortable with both, but yeah. But don't call me dude, because that's not me. This is Sam Smith with Unholy featuring Ken Petras. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being you, as always. Appreciate you. I really do. I don't know, whoever you are, wherever you are, why ever. Yeah, appreciate you. And because I feel, yeah, this is, well, The Cramps with Surfin' Dead, 45 Grave, off of the Return of the Living Dead soundtrack. Yeah, no, that's a beautiful vinyl, but yeah, no, that's the specific version. Gotta play some Cramps. And 45 Grave. Baby! What are you talking about? What's going on? Have a great night. Thanks for, thanks for... Shout out to James Karen. First of all, shout out to James Karen. Shout out to Pathmark. Yeah, shout out to the Pathmark group. I love all the, And yes, I remember that, like, generic aisle. I actually shot a scene that didn't make it into my movie for whatever reason. I'm trying to remember. Oh. This is The Cramps with Surfin' Dead. Followed by Party Time Zombie version, which is like the theme from Return of the Living Dead. Yeah, no, this is according to CNN, but yeah, no, I think I already announced this. Pentagon announces it has accepted jet from Qatar that will be used by Trump once it is modified. Yes! Yes, to love the Cramps. It is party time. This is a theme from it. It's in the previews, like even in the VHS. Like for those of you who love physical media, you know this song. I have tons more Cramps if that's what you need to do. But this is 45 Grave. So we're listening to 45 Grave, but by request. More Cramps coming up. I've been playing a lot of Cramps. That's just, yeah, no, that's just my heart. That's where my. This Cramps with TV set, probably followed by Lonesome Town off of Memphis Posers, the 1977 demos. Well, so seriously, if you need to go to bed and have to go to work and all that, like, you don't get. I'm here. I'm here at all times and all nights and days of the week and like that. Go take care of yourself for sure. By request, the Cramps. Who doesn't love the Cramps? And if you don't, please explain why. Because that was TV set by the Cramps. This is. Oh wait, did I skip it? Oh, well, let's find out. Oh, it is Lonesome Town. Yeah, no, good night. Thank you. Tune in anytime. Thank you. Holy shit, is that right? Alright, I am still taping, but okay. I can't see the comments right now, okay. Excuse me. Have a good night. Yes, no, thank you. As always, I love, yeah, appreciated. Any engagement, any. Shout out to Lonesome Town. Yeah. As I was a teenage werewolf by The Cramps off of Memphis Posers. (1977) demos. Sorry, I'm like, yeah, I keep promising to end the episode and then I don't. Yeah, let's all go to bed. Alright, I have the shape of the end of the episode, but I have some things I need to play. We gotta do this right, and we're gonna end with Sisters of Mercy. So you'll know this episode is ended when I play Sisters of Mercy. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Who is this? Sunglasses After Dark? Because I'm not going to apologize for playing this. I was going to do another unboxing, but we're not This is razor candy with Parents Beware razors and candy. Holy shit, no. Razors, razor candy with Parents Beware razors and candy.
How well do you know your children? Do you know where they go at night? They are not in your home, for they are not even in their homes.
It's 10 a.m. Do you know where your children are?
Lying down in desolate
10
streets,
p.m. My
in their
bad.
homes,
Whatever.
cruising through the drive-in theater, in search of sex, drugs, and bad decisions. They are the sugar in your gas stains. They are the poison in your sweets. They are omens of the future. They are not evil spirits, goblins, ghosts, or witches. They are the unconscious mind. They are darkness.
Is Parents Beware razors in the candy by Razor Candy? Is that the name of the band? Yeah, no. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening, thanks for going to bed. I'm like, where's my phone? As it turns out, this is not a news episode. This is Shallow Grave Surprise by Razor Candors. Sister Golden, I heard that. How are you doing? poop. Those shallow grave surprise by Razor Candy. No, is that the name of the actually? Oh, this is off of the Cat soundtrack. I'm not even sure what I'm playing, but it better be goth as fuck. Yeah, no, playing cats is dangerous territory. I should actually play cats in other languages is a better bet. So we're just officially not doing any meetings. Trump jokingly asked South African president for a plane. Yeah, give us a plane. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening. This is the end of the episode. I'm like for sure, but I always say that. forever, now and forever. Yes, as always, I'm obsessed with the Cat soundtrack. happiness has begun. Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode and For Real. I want to go to bed and want to end it. Personal Jesus, boop boop. Please enjoy the silence. Seriously though. Enjoy the silence. Good night. Thank you. No news is good news, I guess. Crying eyes emojis. Crying eyes emojis. are very unnecessary. Boop, boop. Words are very unnecessary. Boop, 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 boop. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. End of episode. Boop, boop. Oh shit, me when I'm like, am I still live on the internet? Me when I'm like, am I still live on the internet? Is Wave of Mutilation is the cover? Wait, am I just like, me? Daniel Davies and Sebastian Robertson? Sure. Off of Sharknado 3 soundtrack. Thanks for listening and watching. This did not turn out to be a news episode. That's okay. Holy shit, is that serious? What? How long have you not been able to hear me? Holy shit. Good night. Worst episode ever. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Good night. This needs to be the good night. Good night. Pretty night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. What the fuck? Holy shit. Good night. Thanks for watching. This is the end of the episode. Actual. I think at some point I did play Don't Bother featuring Stalin Majesty, Oxymorphone, and this is No Sunrise Today. Good night, thank you, and go to bed for sure. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
in 1969, and you know we're closing out with this. 1959. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. Good night is good night scenario. Good night. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. But for real, good night. Good night. Good night. Yeah, yeah. Good night. Boo boo. Good night. Oh, for real, love. Good night. Good night.